So hello, Saruv. Good to see you here too. Sarav? Sorry if I mispronounced that. Apologies. How are you both doing? Hope you're doing well. We're gonna get started here in a little bit. Start setting some stuff up here. I've been continuing on the grind, you know. Just been improving upon the assets. So let's switch up. Yeah, been improving on the assets. Been just doing some polish, you know. I have a new list, a new and more organized list. I also have a better way to check what I'm working on. So I now have like all these collections that I can swap through, which are really helpful as well. So I'm basically what I did, instead of having like the full list that I was working off before, what I'm doing now is I have specific lists. Yeah, I can keep like a better track of the assets that I'm building. Yeah. We're just gonna keep doing that today. I'm currently going through the modular pieces one. And I've just done a little pass on the staircases before the stream. Working on it before. I'll now have like little bits of rope and it looks detailed, and little bits of splintering wood. Like the vibes. Like how detailed they are now. But we're gonna do the same pass on most of the other buildings as well. Or like, see how far we get. Do the same thing on the wall modules too. Let's get everything looking nice and clean. See. And I'm doing all this, but I'm keeping track with a list that I have by my side. So if you see me looking down, that's why I am looking down. Let's see. Come to the wall section. 1x2 poster. And at the same time, what I'm doing as well is I'm looking through my reference viewer to see if it links to anything. Because if it's not used, then we're going to get rid of it as well. Trying to do like an optimization pass at the same point. This guy. Because we got a 1x2. There, the 1x2 in wood is used often. Of it. Maybe we'll keep it in for now. Let's see. Yeah, honestly, I was just working on this stuff anyway, so I was like, might as well start streaming. So let's go. This is used. The annoying thing sometimes it's like finding assets. What's this? So go. It's a handy way. I didn't realize that was a thing. Plays out with something else. A bit weird. Better. Squish it a little bit. Basically trying to minimize the amount of different modules that I have. This is one that's very specific to this roof structure. Let's see. It's ideally build up. Let's see. Yeah, okay, we do want to keep stuff. Oh, by the way, just introduce some new people here. If you're new to the stream, while you see me fiddling about and like doing a lot of tedious work, feel free to bring up any topic to get my opinion on it, or to ask any question that you might have that can help you in your journey of becoming a better environment artist. So just feel free to shout out in the chat. I'd love to discuss anything. Hi Carla! Welcome, welcome. How are you both doing, Sarah and Carla? See you both. So we'll keep this piece. It's kind of... It's 4 by... What was the measurement that we went? 4 by 3? Oh, we still got 4 by 2 as well. 2 by 3. Let's see. Oh, okay. So you're only on the sheds. Let's see, but we can easily replace those guys. Let's see. Oh, blueprint is fucked. Oh, I see. That was my, I think, my unique blueprint that I was using in one of my scenes. Oh shit. Still in. Oh no. I'm still in the blueprint view here. Four by 2. This is a 4 by 3. But I think the reason why I'm checking all this is because we're probably gonna get rid of the 2 pieces, like all this stuff that is 2 meters tall. Continue check. We shouldn't. Kind of using all of them to give you some, yeah, what I'm going through. Checking the... Hope you are as well. Yeah, I'm doing good. Who's gonna hopefully give me the inspiration and motivation I need right now? I hope it does. Just gotta keep pushing yourself, Sarah. You got this. Kind of thinking now, because we have a 3-meter tall set and a 2-meter tall set, right? For the walls. I think I might just keep both of them, even though it would be like way easier to just only have the one that I need to maintain, right? But I think what is cool is that we have a difference between the bottom floor that I'm using. Bottom floor is 3. Let's see. That's for the unique. I think. Hey Andrea! Happy Friday! Friday. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, okay, see, here, this is what I'm doing. So, the bottom floor is 3 meters tall, and then the top floor is 2 meters. Just to add, like, a differentiation. So I think I'm gonna keep it for that reason. Yeah, just do it. Not gonna remove anything then. One and a half. I really want to remove this one though, because that's like an outlier in the whole set, and I don't want to do that. Means that these two need to go. Stop. .5 times 2. Either we squish it that way or we squish it that way. It is also pretty high up. See this. Can do. Slap some bottle on there. It's good. Talking to Sarah, saying, "Oh, I hate that feeling. Sometimes telling yourself just 5 minutes has a way of helping you too." Studies have said. Yep. I can corroborate that completely. That's basically how I live my life. Basically, I built up this habit over the years, and that habit just literally started with just half a day, half an hour a day. You know, just starting small. Set yourself up for success, and then do that like over and over again, like without fail. And as soon as you get used to that rhythm, then you can choose to increase it however you want. But like the minimal, always like half an hour. But yeah, in the minutia moments, right? Just telling yourself like, okay, sit down, do some work, let's go. Find good music. It's really helpful for me as well. Just music, no distractions. Be helpful for me too. Especially, it depends on what kind of work you're doing. How do you know which modular asset you need to create for your environment? Do you just study the references? Yeah, that's where it starts, Carla. That's a great question, by the way. Studying the reference is definitely a really important part of that process. And also just testing early. Like, really playing around with very simple blocks. No textures, nothing yet, you know? And then seeing if you can build, like, a kit that works for you. That's generally the advice that I would give there. Basically trying to make the minimum viable product, right? Like the MVP for like a kit like this, which basically means that you're gonna see you're gonna try to figure out like what the minimum amount of assets are that you need to create like the thing that you wanted. So yeah, for me, it was the walls and then the roofs, right? But I knew from the beginning that I wanted to have like a little bit flexibility. So, for example, in my case, when I wanted to make the roofs, I knew that I didn't want to make like one roof piece, right? Because I could have made this roof out of like one section, but that would mean that I lose all the flexibility of having that roof in section. Now I can separate all these different sections out and I can make like half a roof, just an overhang, or I can make like a smaller roof, or I have like full flexibility, right? But if your style of buildings don't need that, then you don't need to make something like super complicated like this. And you can just simplify the whole thing down. Simple roof. So basically comes down to the thing that you brought up, right? It's references and how much flexibility do you need. Those are like the really crucial. Okay. Hi Brigitte! Happy to see you here. Happy Friday. This means that we can delete this wall. Delete. Put that on our list as well. Keep track of everything now. Of course, I removed it before. There it is. I renamed it as well, so that doesn't make it easier. Yeah. Thank you for the question, Carla. If there's anything else that you don't understand there, or I don't know, maybe I used some weird terminology, let me know. Done. So that means that we have 1 meter pieces, 2 meter pieces, 3 meter pieces, and then 4 meter pieces as well. So in width, we have 1, 2, and 4, which is consistent with my other pieces. That's good. And then in height, we have 2 and 3. Don't think anything here deviates that. Stone walls are... Thinking... Because we have... plaster ones, and we... There's no way really for me to... take that one if I wanted to have that detail there. Okay. So, let's have a look here. These are all the 2 meter pieces. Oh, Brigitte, how did your teaching class go? Curious to hear how it went. This is a piece that we're currently looking at. This is the current piece that we're looking at. We need to definitely make that prettier. Let's open up the ref as well on the side. Thanks, I understood. So do you suggest for a beginner to study an example, just 1 or 2 buildings, and from them extract the modular assets? Yeah, I think that could be a good one. That could definitely be a good shout, you know? Try to pick something that's easy. For example, like, you know, the stereotypical thing would be like brick buildings from Manhattan, right? Trying to break them down into like a kit. That could be very interesting. And that also allows you to see once you have the kit, right? You don't have to do the texturing, just the modeling and the assets. Once you kind of have like a good kit, then you could see like, okay, but what if I wanted to add a variation to this building? Like, what would I have to change in my modules to get some variation? Because oftentimes what you want to, or what the real power is of a modular kit is that you can combine the base modules with some detail modules, and it makes the whole thing look completely different comparative to each other, right? Or you have like a slightly different material that you apply on it. If you want to see a crazy example, look at the stuff that the Unreal Engine team did for the Matrix demo. That is very advanced, but could be very interesting for you to look into, just to get to grips with the workflow. And then also, they also have like a tutorial about that too, so that's worth checking out. Okay, the ref. Oh, we wanna have like destroyed walls as well, or like half build-up walls. They look really cool. Set something up like that too. I have too many plaster buildings. Be nice to have like a stone. Some. Okay. We're gonna have a look. Some. The only issue with that is that be careful where we pull reference from, right? Let's see. So Rav, I'm new to the stream. Are you making a full environment or just the buildings? No, I'm making a full environment. So let me give you an right, because I just realized that we have quite a few here. Don't know what the hell I'm building towards. You? It's gonna be the same. It's cool. Because we're gonna have to have a look at this stuff anyway, but this is all newer build, right? Even though it looks quite old in some cases, like this is not representative of what it would be. So yeah, this is the environment that I'm making. So let me push through the lag a little bit. So set it to different day. Second. Go for midday stuff. So yeah, this is what I'm building. This is the entire scene. And currently we're just doing polish most of the assets. I'm basically going through everything. I am cleaning things up. Yeah. Back into the scene. Probably have screenshots ready for the next person that asks that. But yeah. Feel free to ask any questions during the chat. I'm just gonna be sets. If there's anything that I can help with, personal work, or if you have questions about the industry. It went actually quite well. I was very nervous at first, but they were nice. Nice, that's awesome. I'm glad it went well. Which tutorial did you mention? Oh, sorry. Let me actually link it. Let's see. Searching. So
crowds.
It was it. There's a whole bunch of like really interesting stuff in here. I'm gonna link the whole thing. I'm gonna link the whole thing, but it roughly, I mean, you can watch the whole thing, right? But like the modular section starts from like 5 minutes. Really interesting. Okay, so another question that we have here with the plaster building is... Oh, it seems like I have done it on certain... I want to make the wall more flush with the wooden architecture. What I'm gonna do with this pass as well. So we're gonna get closer. It also... Seeing like a little bit of separation. Sir? Just thinking something like this. Kind of give it like something extra. A little bit of extra character. Um, have to be careful with how this sticks out. So maybe we have to increase the pillar size. Hello, Jake. Welcome back. How's it going? Place them with proper ones. Yeah. Because yeah, that could also be a good one. No. You're all good, Andrea. That's a good suggestion. Playing around with existing modular sets could also be really interesting. Give additional insights. I have to make sure that this stuff works. Everything else, right? That's always the trickiest part with a modular kit, is that we need to be mindful of these kind of overlaps and kind of stuff happening. Let's see. Going good, thanks. Just got my new 4080 in the post today, so my new PC is finally ready to roll. Hell yeah! It's awesome. Exciting. I always love like updating my PC. It's probably because it's so important, right? Especially if you make your money with it. So important to keep it in good shape. So I always love doing like any updates to it. It's so satisfying to tinker around on the PC. We're getting so many islands. What's happening? Oh, it might be right. Straighten this out. Honestly, just gonna leave it like that. Odie, total beginner question, I guess. But is there a reason to close the meshes always on parts you will never see? I always delete them to save on polys. So the main reason not to do that is, especially when it comes to a modular kit, is that you don't know how you're going to use those pieces in the future. And the same thing can occur on anything, right? So for example, if you have a car and you delete the underside, okay, but what if I didn't come in and I want to use that prop in a production environment, but I want to have the car flipped on its head and like as like a car crash or something like that, right? Then I can't use it because there's no bottom to it. So then like an entirely new asset needs to be created for that. So always try to make your assets watertight, especially now when like polys are getting cheaper and cheaper, right? Yeah, make them watertight. Makes them way more future-proof. Helps other people as well whenever they want to work on it, especially in a production environment. Yeah. If you're never gonna see anything, right? So for example, these polys could arguably be deleted because that makes sense, right? Like there's never gonna be a rotation that I can do to like reveal these polys. So that's all good. And remove those. But like the bottom of it, keep that in. Never know. What's this? Straighten. And also, don't worry about asking quote unquote beginner questions, right? You don't know what you don't know, so feel free to ask anything. Because that honestly was a very good question, though. Let's see. It's up a little bit. Where am I? Grid, actually. Kind of want the middle of this pillar to be like in the middle of the pivot point, because that's probably how I'm gonna align like all the other assets as well, so that the rotation always happens in the pillar. Just need to make sure that the other assets are kind of aligned to it. Because I think some of a silhouette changes are just a little bit too drastic. Dial those in a little bit. In ArcFizz, I work in it. The workflow is totally different, and I want to learn more about it. Yeah, then that's like a really good introduction. Would be like a really good introduction. If you wanna get to know. Really need to. Basically, just looking for like a single peg here. This guy. I am on. Name it. Peg. Peg is gonna do. Slap that on connection points. Where it's. Gonna set it to face project. Just like duplicate that where we want. Gonna be projecting to like the face. For handy. Peg over here. Stuff set up. Okay. Easy. There's much more that we can do. Guy, let's have a look. The wrong UVs as well. So wrong. Oh, there's one more thing that we can do. I'm gonna add a gal pass on it. Grab these two. Duplicate it, like fatten it up a little bit. This is a super handy tool. Like it's Alt S, and it basically show you what it does. Because you can't have faces like at the exact same position, because then we're causing Z fighting, right, or Z fighting. So what I do instead is just, you see, like I'm like separating them just a little bit with like the Control S, which allows you to like shrink or fatten like a selection. See on my see. One seam. Islands. And we have some nice and quick. Very, very quick way to get some like additional interest. I think could do for the sake of adding detail. What is the edge bevel weight exactly? So the edge bevel weight is used by your bevel modifier. Show you an example then. So if we take a cube, for example, and we add the bevel modifier to it, and we set that to let's see. Where is it? Oh, wait, this is the one. So you set the limit method to weight. And then once I just have like my edge bevel weight, I can then increase that, say plus a half. And it gives me like individual control over how strong the bevel needs to be. So I can make this like a 0.5, but I can also make this like a 1. And then they can have like different bevel weight. Right? And that's like a way to control like the individual bevel weight. It gives you more flexibility when you're using bevel modifier. Make sure that they're not flipping. Don't want to introduce set fighting. So that it slightly. Same thing here. No worries. Question. Oh, I forgot to sign. So whenever I'm doing decals now, I also sign like a different material. Sign this. Because my base wood kit doesn't have any alpha. And then this stuff that I'm gonna overlay on top of it does have alpha. It does have opacity. That way I can also control them individually. So for example, right now my decals have like a more intense color compared to the wood. And that's by design, because that creates like a fresher look, you know? Like when someone like broke off a piece of metal, the wood, like the wood underneath it is gonna have like a more intense color. That's why I'm doing it. Allows me to have like more finite control stuff. You create the textures in Substance Painter? Yes. I did. So I started with like a base sculpt, right? So the wood that you can see here, like especially if we're focusing on the whole map, this is all sculpted with like the more smaller detail, like for example these gashes. I've done those in Substance Painter, but like the base sculpt done in Blend. Be too much. So laziness case doesn't really make it easier. I feel like I'm spending more time doing this than the way. It's a bit too drastically. Can push and pull this stuff a little bit. Give us like more interesting stuff happening. Should we fraction? Thinking about the advantage. Yeah, so I'm thinking that even if it pokes out, like it does blend in a bit better. Having like even though we want to avoid it being broken out. Flexibility. Big thing. Oh, that is happy accident. Because that beam is actually perfect. Okay. Take that. Yeah, so if we were to vertex paint on this. Let's see. That beam would get revealed. Pretty good. Pretty good. Happy accidents. Love it. Careful with this intersection. This is the thing, right? Like this is the part that get really boring, but it happened anyway. It seems. We have like a couple new people joining the chat. Welcome. First of all, I want to send out a reminder that while I'm doing all polishing current assets for my modular kit for medieval scene that I'm working on, feel free to interrupt me and ask any. In the meantime, I had a look because we kind of went off and did like something different last, right? Or we had a look at a game, we kind of broke it down. Then I asked people which game they wanted to see me broken down, like break down next time. Bloodborne was first on the list, but Bloodborne is really annoying to find anything for. Especially since I never played the game, I just can't go into the game and like pick some interesting areas. So I'm gonna try to do something different there. I'm gonna ask people in the chat here that are a part of the community to just DM me like interesting locations that you want to see me break down like next time. That could be really interesting. Because honestly, I have no idea where to even start. You know, I've watched other people play the game a couple of times, but I've got no clue on what are like the really interesting locations. Send me a bunch of pictures. Happily have a look at it next time around. Time for the Bloodborne fans to riot. Let's go! Trauma, trauma. This it's done, I think. We update it now. Bit of an imperfection there. It's just difficult to find something on those games, you know? And to be fair, like I also want to do it justice, right? Whenever we have a look at a game, I want to break it down properly and take a proper deep dive rather than doing something like pretty shallow to do it well. I did not do it at all. Okay, it's done. Gonna tick it off the list. Is Blaster? Also, talking about drama, there's probably like enough bad news out there, so I don't want to fuel people's drama by constantly promising anything Bloodborne related either. I know that they get like pretty intense about that, huh? So this guy is done. I mean, they're probably gonna be pretty mad at me for not playing the game anyway. Would want. That would. The thing that I do. I don't mind this one being as flush to the main body. It's okay. I just have to play the game again and run around and look at stuff, trying to not die for like 10,200 times. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, like, I don't have the patience for a game like that anymore. You know? Like, I'll probably die once in one of those games, and I'll be like, okay, cool. I see what the game's trying to do. I'm not gonna do that. I'll probably spend my time elsewhere. I did learn some really interesting things that are not that relevant, I guess, in the grand scheme of things, but just like really subtle indications of like what went down in the environment, right? And some of that is I found like super interesting. For example, I think they were talking about paintings and like people dressed up in white, but the white was not pristine anymore. And normally like white colors are in medieval times are used for very special occasions, right? Like very special, oftentimes religious occasions. And then they have like this stark contrast because the world has basically fallen apart, right? But you see these people still in white clothing, but it's like completely dirty, just to indicate that even like the high class, even like the high class has completely fallen apart. Thought that was like really interesting. It's one of those like subtle things, right? But that's the stuff that I love. Those like fans when they don't die in a game. Yeah, it's like, what? You can play a game without dying? This is kind of sorcery. How is this wall built? Because now I just slapped like a couple of planks in here, right? And just called it done. But that's not the way that these things are built. So... let's see. Did I construct them? Here it kind of makes sense because I always have like these jetties that have like the border attached to them. Okay. Plan. Then again, we're gonna take our little peg. Where peg has went. Here it is. Slap that. Buklarica, thank you so much for the subscription. Yeah. Just want to give like an indication. I also... because I was looking at Assassin's Creed stuff yesterday again. And I like... this is where I got inspiration from to do my staircases by... and like add all the rope to it. Because it always looks so good in the Assassin's Creed games. So I'm gonna look. I think I... again. This guy. Pretty cool. Browse art station. I am mainly interested in scaffold. We can see it. This stuff was really cool. The way that they always have like attaching everything. Maybe that's something that we can do here as well. It would make sense though. Kind of feels like a little bit more random. I don't know about this one. E? Kind of whack. Not a big fan. Just because it doesn't really make sense, right? I think if we would have like a crossbeam or something like that we could then fasten, right? That would make sense. Leave it. We can always reconsider afterwards as well. Because like with this stuff, it kind of makes sense, right? Where you have like the cross beams and they're like attached to the main beam. That stuff looks really interesting because it also has like a built-in logic. It's supposed to be. If we start doing stuff for like pseudo logic's sake, it's not good. That ain't good. Seems like we might need to adjust C's. Wait. This stuff is obscuring that vertice. Fixed now. Yeah, I'm still thinking like it would be. So I'm still thinking about the format of things, right? Like when like going back to what we did last week. I think it worked, but I think it would be really nice to do that in like a proper standalone thing, or do like a bunch of research that we can do like a proper deep dive into. Because yeah, I can see the potential of it being there, right? And just having like a nice a nice breakdown that we can just share with the people that are here as well. I'll think about it a little. So what could be really nice about the format is that we dive into things, right? We look at a little bit of gameplay and then we point out some elements, but then also like I was kind of hinting at before, right? It would be kind of nice to find more obscure world building references that could be really interesting for people to then implement in their own work as well. Have a look at it. Something like this where we have horizontal and vertical. Give it a try. Let's give it a try. Here about like be something in here. Give it a try. Probably not the best one to try it on because it's barely used. Main plate is to kind of see it. Hmm. Be nice. It also, I think it also makes more sense that we have cross beams going on, because if everything is gonna that I mean, just guessing here. So let's have a look at some. We look at because it's hard to find this. I think I've ever looked at. Oh, well, that's a great post to start up on. Jesus, what the? It's just ready to look at some nice buildings. Open like that. Like a timber. Pretty though. Vein. Gonna have a look at a bigger piece. Board it, see what it looks like. I want to see it on like a bigger section. It's 4x2. Yep. I think that looks better. Go for it. Okay, we've decided. And we're just gonna here. Cool. Those were the ones, right? Fix. The texturing we're gonna adjust as well. Most of that comes from the material. if I were to adjust the material now. Just tell it to be really clean. That's going to be easy to adjust. So that's why, if you're wondering why I'm working a weird looking material, not yet. Two. One by two. By two. 4 by 2. Shed? Oh, that's this guy. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is cut the windows out of this. And we're gonna have the windows as like separate thing onto it. You could have the choice of like blocking it up or having it open. Because I think they had like how they would open. Because normally you would have just like a couple of beams. This probably. But then I would probably want to separate them out so that you could put in your own kind of window, your own kind of filling. Have them close, right? That could be like a good way to go about it. That also means that we can. This guy is basically going to be things. Shed. Oh, I think I might have already removed that one. Oh no, here it is. Go on DJ. They're basically the same thing anyway. So oh, but these are separate. Same. Oh, I see. I think I made like like a higher quality one because you're gonna get close, right? If we're gonna make this a high quality one. Tedious work, but okay. So, does anybody know if there is like a god mode mod for Bloodborne? Like if you can just install that, or like a non-aggression mode, something like that, where you can just run through the game and just not get attacked by anything. Thinking about what you said as well, Nikita. Because that could be cool to check out the game like that. Yeah, we import this guy. Now, my buildings that have that window. Yep, it's fine. It's fine. Hmm. Cool. And now, could technically. This as well. Okay. Setup works already. It's a big window. And we can create like a couple of different windows, like the ones that are canted open, the ones that are maybe swayed open. Get how that works, but actually, oh, it's all the materials as well. Kind of do. Glass windows can. This is actually an interesting question that I don't have the answer to. How do I delete video? Selected. Just have like a object. City. Delete it. Blend decals. Still there. Oh, but it doesn't have like any. Oh, okay. It's tedious. Yeah. Because that works, even though it's tedious. Still there. Oh, I think I pressed the wrong. Dumb. Okay. All right. Let me ask a question to all of you. What are we all working on? What are we all working on today? No, no, no. You can tell. I promise I won't tell anyone. Job. Raj is on the job. Fancy jobs. Ugh. I just realized how inappropriate that is right now to say, so sorry about that. Oh. Didn't even click in my head. Now I'm just pulling more attention towards it, so yeah. And if you do, damn if you don't. Ah, I see we got some kids in the chat as well. Sorry, I'm gonna stop swearing then. Andrea is saying, playing with Substance Designer to see if I can create an old plaster wall. Oh shit. Nice. Old plaster. For some reason, I find old plaster like really difficult to get right. Like just plaster in general. It took me like a lot of times to get to the plaster that I am now. But yeah, I still don't feel like 100% convinced by it. And Bodhi is remodeling some of the parts of the hover bike. Oh shit, nice. Dennis Young Ones, thank you so much for subscribing. A window. To be honest, I don't know what I'm doing yet, but something small is happening. Oh shit, it's happening. Honestly, that's what I always feel like when I'm doing something Substance Designer. I feel like a kid. Like, looking at like this giant box of Legos and just, I have no clue what's gonna happen today. But I'm sure I'll figure something out. And sometimes it works, other times it's a disaster. Hey, that's the way of art. The way that I feel about it. It's window 1. Bob Ross of 3D. Happy little accidents. Or like an old, like slightly damaged wall that has paint slowly fading, where you can almost see the concrete slightly exposed. Oh, okay. Yeah. Nice. I think that's a little bit easy. Just in terms of like the layers of it being more defined, right? Batch. To make sure that these guys are watertight as well. Actually, let me try to do something. My desk doesn't fall apart. Because I have this issue now where I have my cables all managed like on the underneath on the underside of my desk, and I try to like really tape them to the underneath of the desk, like to the underside. Yeah, the issue with tape is that it's meant not really be permanent, you know? So I've got like an outlet just like hanging by, suspended in midair. It doesn't so janky now. So ashamed. It's in. We have ref of some windows. Glass all. These buildings add so much character in them. Love the way that they. Oh, maybe that's also something we need to do, like make the windows smaller, because that's something that they did to reduce the amount of wind that would come. So I think that could give something extra to the buildings as well. Do that next. Let's have... Gothic style. This is the issue, right? Like, I know what I'm looking for, but we're probably not gonna find two. Three textures. Three texture site dot blogspot. Beautiful though. That's actually pretty cool that we can actually see. I click. I click on anything. See. Seeing those windows, are you thinking about doing stained glass? No, I'm staying away from stained glass. Especially now, because I want to go for like very early medieval. So I'm staying away from like really intricately detailed stuff like the more gothic style stained glass or anything like that. I want to keep it like very early on. But who knows, maybe in the future. Because I think, let's say if we're gonna do castles or something like that. I think then we have to look, well, castles and churches and that kind of stuff. Then we'll have to look into stained glass. I'm staying away from it. very small window. Don't even have anything in windows, I think. Like very beautiful. What do we add or omit in a workflow when doing a stylized environment versus a more realistic one? Like, it's a very broad question. It depends on what kind of uh environment you want to make. Really, it all really comes down to that. Because you could use like 100% the same workflow. You just the way that you execute the workflow is going to be a little bit. Stained glass. No, no stained glass. Use. What we have seen though, we need to make the windows smaller. I'll probably look into similar to Planet Coaster. So most of the assets that we did in Planet Coaster were actually just made with like a very traditional workflow. Like you would just take like a high poly model, take that down onto a low poly model, and then texture it in Substance Painter. So like a very traditional workflow. You know? Like nothing out of the ordinary. Very standard in that way. Not carved into, but pushed into. I'll need to have another look at this stuff. Oh yeah. First, way small. Something around that size. Quite nice. Maybe we can make we could have two on one side and add some like variations into it, right? Simplify this. Yeah, Wolfie, if you have any. Yeah, I mean you brought up Planet Coaster, right? Like that was honestly like very stereotypical in its workflow. To I mean, well, it's no longer stereotypical actually, because the way that we approach things on Planet Coaster was we would make a high poly, right? I think we used Maya for it. Make a high poly, make a low poly, bake them down using X normal, which is like an outdated program, and then texture everything in Quixel Dedo, which is also an outdated program that you can no longer get. And then we would just get it into the engine. But now you would just do the same steps, just the tools that you would have in the middle just look different, right? Now you would, let's say in my case, you would use Blender to make like a high poly and a low poly, bake it down using Substance Painter, and then do the texturing in Substance Painter as well. Yeah, very stereotypical, like very standard. Are you currently working on something yourself as well, Wolfie? Let's see. Always stirring the pot. Yeah. It's best to just ignore him, you know? Just be honest. Best way. It depends on what you're making. So I'm definitely not doing anything standard because I want to create like a bigger scene. In Planet Coaster, because we were doing props, right? Like individual props that then people would add to their level. It was a good way to do it there. Sometimes we would also use for more or like different ways. For example, like the stuff that I'm using now, where I'm using a wooden trim sheet, which is basically a texture that you can reuse like all the assets in your scene if you wanted to. That's something that I really learned when I was doing spooky set on Planet Coaster. See, is that? Let's see. King. Single one? Still afterwards if you want. Oh. Hey, Sammy! Welcome. Not an environment. I'm working on a spaceship for a game, but I'm interested in stylized environments. Oh, nice. What kind of game is it for? If you don't mind me asking. I mean, probably a space game. Shit's going on. Can do cleanup afterwards. Totally not a space game, it's totally a fantasy MMORPG with wizards. I mean, would you really be surprised if that was the case? You know? These days with Fortnite, I don't know, like including everything and everything. I could see it. Classic blow up asteroids. Nice. But in 3D with motion tracking. That's cool. It's interesting. What we need to do is we need to split this large surface in two because we don't really have the texel density. We could hide it beneath this beam. Same thing. Playing a lot of Guild Wars 2, and I love the main cities in them. Yeah, they look good. It's actually interesting. Like, me and a friend of mine, we just started replaying Guild Wars 1. Just made like new characters, and we just started from scratch, and we're just running around like nostalgia tripping in Guild Wars 1. Used to play a lot of Guild Wars 2. Then university happened. It never really captured that original vibe that I had. First one. Still a cool game though. It probably added like way too much for me to. Stuff. Main cities are cool. Unity's Reach. I still remember. Sound like such an. Like, I still remember when one of the districts in Divinity's Reach was a giant hole. It just literally had nothing in it. Like, it was a giant hole that then, over time, got built over by, what was the event? They made an arena on top of it. So they filled the hole over time, which was actually, like, one of the really interesting things to see that a game did, because it kind of felt like it was alive. Because they did like incremental changes with every update. So like one update would bring in like people that were building scaffolding. And then the next update would be like this scaffolding will be like partially built. Scaffolding would be like higher and higher, like every update. Super interesting to see that stuff. And it really ingrained in my head like so much more cool stuff that you can do with world building and environment art. But like not a lot of companies are really tapping into it. But that was, I still remember it to this day. Like going around, because nothing was known, right? Like no one knew what they were building. Um, it was really, really interesting to see the transformation. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. When they attacked Lion's Arch, yeah, yeah, they had to defend the whole city. Yep, that's true. It's true. That was really cool as well. Really, really interesting approach because no one knew what the hell was happening. So a lot of people were speculating why they were building scaffolding. It's like, oh my god, what is happening? Like no one knew. Everyone was just guessing. Like people were data mining and like talking to all the NPCs like crazy because everyone wanted to find out, but no one could. Interesting time. Just gonna squish that in here for now. So I need to be careful. I love that a part of Old Lion's Arch from Guild Wars 1 is submerged underwater. Yeah, that's really cool too. It's pretty cool how 1 year passes in the game world, same as the real world, and new players now gets into the where they play the story mode. Oh, when they play the story mode. Yeah. Yeah, that is also it's a weird one, right? Because it is like a manufactured sandbox where especially because I was listening to this video on like EVE Online, right? And EVE Online everything is like player driven. So this stuff is really cool in Guild Wars 2 that you have those events happening, but they're all kind of forced in by the developers and there's no real sandbox type stuff that can happen with people themselves. I mean, it's not supposed to be, right? It's a different kind of game. But I feel that in that case, because in the beginning I was always like, oh, it is kind of stupid that you can go back. That's how I felt in the beginning, right? Because like you kind of had to be there or you weren't. I can also see the opposite side where, yeah, people that don't have the time to dedicate to it full time, but they still want to be involved in the story, that they can still get involved in it. Or like you're saying, new players, right? When they go back, like they go in there for the first time and they can replay historic events. I think that's really interesting as well. Hey, Jessic, thank you so much for the sub. Let's see. So this is Windows 02. I get that into the game, like into the level. Also gonna update this guy here. Might as well update this guy too. So that's update both of them. Did it put it? Did it getting exported to this folder? Sing. Oh, I don't have the frame. So, because the frame actually is embedded in the window. Always need some sort of. The only thing that I'm wondering with this wall is that it looks weird when it is not. Guild Wars was probably like my favorite MMO that I've ever played. Dude, spent so much time on it. do that. Okay, so are there, since we're talking about like environments that like develop over time or evolve over time, what are some of the favorite game examples that you can come up with for everyone in the chat? Like a game that did something really interesting with like evolving their environments. Because I've always been interested in it, and I don't think there's too many examples that I can think of. Maybe I just didn't play the right games, you know. Love to explore games that did it really well. Virginia, The Forced Corruption? Never played that game. No. Cool stuff there. You can clean it up as you go and the environment change. Oh, so it's like Power Wash Simulator, but yeah, just a platformer, right? Something with ropes on the. Well, better. Dang. I've heard that Power Wash Simulation was actually really good. But how dare you? Even better than that. Oh, this is still scaled. Sense. That's why it was. How dare you compare the two? Okay. Let me have a look. Okay. It's not by much, but Kenya still wins. I'm just looking up like the Metacritic for both Kenya and Power Wash Simulator. 75 and 84, okay? No, 81. Not too far, but hey. No, but I'll need to check that out. Cool stuff there with the corruption. Andrea's saying, I think I have to say Dishonored 2, you have this device where you get to teleport to the past and present. Yep. And what you do in the past affects the present. Yeah, that's really good. I don't know. So Titanfall had a section like that as well, right? But I'm not sure if it worked in the same way, where like the past would affect the present. I think it would. That was really cool as well. I think the mode in, or like the game mechanic in Dishonored 2 was more fleshed out though than it was in Titanfall. Never played Dishonored, so no clue. Maybe in Zelda Skyward Sword. Oh, okay, Skyward Sword, you run around in the forest and later on it gets flooded and you can swim through it. Oh, that's cool as well. Interesting. Yeah, honestly, I have an issue thinking about this stuff. Really coming up with like interesting ideas of when this stuff happened. Cool. I need to check all these examples out. What racing class did you main in Guild Wars? Guild Wars 2, right? I had every character. Every character max. It kind of depended on what I wanted to do. My main PvE one was a Guardian. Human Guardian. Remember correct. It's been ages since I played. But I honestly, most time that I spent was actually doing world versus world. Like doing massive PvP battles. And most of my time there, I was either Guardian, Ranger, or yeah, there was another class as well. Can't remember. I think Guardian and Ranger were like my two favorites. Because the Ranger, I think I made first because the Ranger was my main in the original Guild Wars as well. The Mesmer was really cool as well. I think, honestly, can't remember which class I played. There was one additional class in Guild Wars 2 that I played. I think it was Mesmer. Or Mesmer. They were really cool to play as well. I think my favorite one was still Guardian, I think, in the long run. Because it had such an interesting like damage versus sustain. Like it was a very versatile class, I feel. Then they started adding like all the specializations, right? Like what were they called again? Like firebrand and all the other things. Can't really can't remember which one I played there. Thorn Warrior? Yeah. It's a pretty cool class as well. The recent expansions add a lot. Yeah, I stopped playing when Heart of Thorns came out. Like I played Heart of Thorns and it was like, okay, this is probably the last time that I'm gonna play. I think because we were doing so much World v World, which is really fun to play, but like you basically get nothing for it, or at least when we played it. So ridiculous. They started adding stuff to it, but you can definitely tell that it was just like an afterthought, even though so many people used to play it. Kind of a shame. Then in the end, we kind of just stopped playing. Maybe all that stuff changed now, though. But I doubt it. It's cool for the time being, though. Used to run one of the biggest Dutch and Belgium guilds on our server. I remember spending like the first couple of months just recruiting people, like organizing the whole thing. Really cool to do. Yeah, then I handed it over to the wrong person and the guild just completely ate itself. It was kind of unfortunate, but happens. Just flopping about on the Good that you're having fun though. I still miss Guild Wars 1. I think that's gonna be forever nostalgia game for me. What's up? Hey, Henrik. How are you doing? $350K active population? Still that much? It's kind of surprising, honestly. Oh, yeah, but that's because they... It's not that long ago that they released, like, the Steam version, right? Sense. Because the game was honestly, like... Not dying out. I don't want to make it... want to exacerbate it, but, like, it kind of felt like it was slowly, like, losing steam. Unintended. Because that's when they started adding it to Steam, I think, as well. Because they were like, just sort of do something here, you know? Cool, though. A lot of new people exploring the game, then. What's happening? So, we're gonna see if we can replicate ref that we just saw. Talking about this guy over. A little bit ill. Oh shit! Sorry to hear that. Just a little bit sounds like you're getting better then. Stuff up. Nice to add details like this in. Let's see. Windows. Same thing. Side. Two new expansions. Oh shit, there's been two. Oh, no. I know which one you're talking about. I think I played the other one as well. That was the one with Balthazar coming back, right? And then getting killed by, what is it, like, Flint's baby. Realize that might be a spoiler for you, so sorry about that. I mean, been out for a couple of years, so oops. Oh, Daniel. How are you doing? Ew. Yeah, so for people that are just tuning in, just adding details to meshes. Currently working on like a little window frame. Done some adjustments to the sizing of it, so we made them like way smaller than they were before. Now we can kind of like slot them into places on the wall. We're gonna make like a couple of variations of this. That can then give us like the variation that we need for the walls, because right now I didn't even think about that. Solve that later. Yeah. Working on the windows, filling up the frame. Stuff. And just as a reminder, if you're new to the stream, question, or if you just have like an interesting news topic as well that's relevant to games, all ears. Oh, and also, if you're wondering what the hell I'm doing, feel free to ask that too. Oftentimes I just speed through stuff. Same thing. Side. But make the most out of the polygons we have. Section. Stack. One texture for the windows? Yep. One texture for almost everything in the scene. Well, not almost everything. All the wood stuff is all just one scene. Possible. And then what we can do, and that's something that I've been implementing on the stairs, like we can then add like additional things to it, like ropes and all that stuff to make it look more detailed. Nice. Say good. Yeah. Most of it is rather simple. Really break it down. Hey Glenn! Welcome, welcome. How's it? Now I'm just gonna cut these guys up so that we have just looking for some edges that we can then to create our decals on. I am doing good. Thank you so much, Glenn. That's good. Doing great. Just yeah, polishing up some of the assets in my scene. Along nicely. I'm basically just working through like a whole bunch of lists here, which is basically just like all my assets that I still need to make, just all added to a list. I'm currently working on the building list, which that by itself is 3 pages. Yeah, keeping busy. Busy. See. We're gonna point that to the back of the window so that we can hide it as much as possible. And that basically turns it in streets. Need to be careful with the stacking because sometimes it will stack just like random other stuff too for my asset. It's not what I want. Then I'm just gonna cheeky. Even though I don't know what is up with my randomize now. Doesn't show it anymore. Yeah. And with this kind of approach, we get like some interesting edges as well. Exactly what you want. All this stuff takes a little bit of time, but it's nice. And then we just do the same thing here. Oops again. I mean, this is the shit that sometimes happens when you just stack. Stacks other stuff randomly. No reason. So it's not selected. Must screenshot that trim sheet. I mean, you could. You would be doing yourself a disservice, man. Just go out and make it yourself. And learn. Learn. And slowly but surely, detailing up every. That's it. Painful sometimes, but. Apparently. I removed it for a second. Glenn is asking, are you using RGB masks to layer on top of the trim sheet? Technically yes, but I'm doing it a different way. Instead of storing that information to a texture, I'm storing that information in my vertex color. So this is why you're probably going to see it in just a second. If I export this to the engine, and re-import it, you're going to see that some of it looks weird, and that's because the additional layering is based upon vertex color. So what I do in the engine, I go take vertex color. That's the way that I layer, like the additional layers on top by using that for. So instead of masks, because the masks, they're pretty unwieldy if you have to do it for like shit ton of assets, right? I didn't really want to do that, so I'm thought, why not store it in the vertex data? It has drawbacks as well, because when you store the actual information in your vertices, you have to be really careful with how you LOD stuff out, right? Like, it becomes way trickier and way more technical to lot stuff out, because obviously your texturing is now linked to the actual vertices that you have. Yeah. Make one myself, just for reference and an example. I find it hard to think about what is necessary in it. So, the thing there is that you don't have to think about it. Like, I feel, in my opinion, a good trim sheet you build up over time. Obviously, this is going to be annoying. But that's why I suggest people to test early, right? So you build a trim sheet, you lay out like all the different things that you need to have on your trim, and then you test it. See if you have like all the dimensions that you need. And it's like, okay, cool, I don't have everything yet. And then you adjust it, right? Rebake it again. Test it. Once you have the layout kind of sorted out, then you can go into the texturing. I had to do like a couple of rebakes where I was like, oh shit, I'm missing like a beam, or I'm missing like a couple of sections here, and I constantly had to then like reshift my UV, like rebake and all that stuff. But the more you do that kind of testing beforehand, the better it is for the end result. Well, the less you're gonna have to do in the end as well. Let's see. I see. Thanks for showing that. Yeah, no worries. If you have any more questions, always feel free to ask. I would say that this is probably, if you want to be more in line with what the industry is currently doing, RGB masks are still the thing to go for. But yeah, I was like, honestly, like, I couldn't be bothered, you know? I was like, I don't want to, because the thing that really annoyed me is that whenever you have a material instance, you need a new one for a new asset because you're going to swap out the mask texture, right? You could do it with one material instance and then using like asset data as well. That could possibly also be an option, even though I'm not sure if it's a texture. Not even sure about that, but I think it does. You could do it that way, but it's like, and then you don't really have to, well, you don't necessarily have to deal with the material instances, right? But you still kind of do, because now it's just like a little toggle that you have to do for like every asset, and then swap out like the masks. And the benefit here with the approach that I'm doing, that I only have a couple of material instances, you know? Like, and that's what I personally like about it. Just be, these are all my material instances for my trim sheet, right? If we go, like, these are all my material instances for everything in the entire level, or like in the entire world, so to say, right? And there's a bunch of them that I don't even use anymore. So imagine that there's like half of them. You know, so let's say I'm dealing for my world, the stuff that I'm putting in together in my world has like, let's say 40 material instances in total. I find that like way more interesting than having I have 700 assets, right? If I then have to create, let's say I'm being very optimized and I can pack stuff together. Let's say the lowest end I have like 350 instances. That would be just like really annoying to work with after a certain point. I would just be like, "Ugh, don't want to do that." That's why I'm kind of doing this. It does have limitations, right? Because you can only bake ambient occlusion and curvature. It would be nice if you can bake something else in there too. And obviously the settings reset every time. So if you want to get consistent bakes, you kind of have to write them down somewhere or automate it through some sort of means. But I don't know how to do that. I haven't looked into it. There's options for everything. Just like prefer to do it this way. And that also means that I can do stuff like let's see. Be like, okay, I want to have a different look. It's gonna go this or this. You know, and it all just works on like every single asset. I can just do this on like any asset that I want. Pretty cool, you know? Be like, oh, this building needs to be like pretty mossy. Ignore how it looks. But yeah, just kind of scatter that around in that. Find that very cool. Okay. What about putting some runes or wood carvings? Yeah, you can do that. You can do it in the same way that I'm doing it. Like have them as a, depends on how much you could have them as like separate decals. Right? And then layer them up in the same way that I'm doing. Could also work. Base coloration here. I actually want to have it the opposite way around. Doesn't make sense. It's in the crevices. Currently working on my own trim sheet inspired by the 45-degree trim bevel from Matthew Trill. Yeah. That's the same thing that I'm using as well. 45-degree bevels. That's the whole issue, or the whole reason that I don't want to have like too much dirt on the edges, because it kind of kills the bevel. Might have to look into that. We'll figure that out. Silly. Cool though. Best of luck, Glenn. I mean, it can be like a mind breaker in the beginning, but I'm sure you get the hang of it. Just looking. Okay. This little window done. Let me send you some links. So here are both of them that Overdrive. And this one is from there's also a video for the there is a video somewhere. Do you do all your work in Blender? Have you used 3ds Max and Maya? And if so, why do you choose Blender for your main DC app? Thanks for that question, Mario. I have used all of them. So I started out, basically, I started out in Max in university. right? So used that for 4 years. Then for my first job, I had to switch to Maya. And then there was like a little period that I had to switch back to Max as well, because that was like the tool that we used to get stuff in the end. But it didn't really do any modeling. The main reason why I switched to Blender is because it's free. It's free, and honestly, so that was the main reason why I switched, right? And I think the reason why I stayed is because it gave me a feeling that I was missing in the other programs. A lot of it had to do with how easy it is to make something look good in the viewport in Blender, which is something that doesn't happen in Maya and Max. I don't know why, but that's just the reason. Also, the flexibility of the program, you know, especially now, geometry nodes, like all that stuff coming in is super interesting, especially with Blender 4.0. What they're doing with the whole geometry node setup, that you can basically build your tiny little scripts that you can run once rather than having to run it as like a continuous thing. Super cool stuff that they're doing with that. Makes it very versatile. And yeah, I don't think Max and Maya catch up to soon. I think they're kind of waking up, but I think it's a little bit too late in the long run. Now, there is a discussion to be had that they're still going to be relevant in the industry, right? Because the industry still is built around like Max and Maya for a large part, right? Because you have to think about it, like their whole tool sets, like their whole in-house tools are usually developed around whatever program that they had access to. That's the whole reason why I had to switch like multiple times as well. But yeah, honestly, what it sometimes comes down to is like, cool, if I need to take like an additional step, but I can keep modeling in Blender, I'd rather do that than having to sacrifice a whole bunch of my time trying to make modeling in Max work for me, because it just didn't feel intuitive anymore. Like it felt very outdated. So yeah, that's why. Like the thing that I keep bringing up is whenever I switched to Blender was the first time that I really felt engaged in modeling again. Like I felt creative again, which is something that I was always missing in the other programs. To me, it seems like all the new cool stuff is happening in Blender. I see so many powerful plugins happening. But yeah, I mean, that's also the nature of like open source development, right? You're gonna have just a momentum that you can't reach when everything is kind of like what do you call it, like a little bit more fenced off. There is still cool stuff happening in Max and Maya. It's just you can't really beat the speed of having an open source platform and also the momentum of Blender, right? Because Blender has always been open source, but I think with 2.8 they had like a momentum that they really capitalized on, and like they're still doing that. So Blender has been in the forefront of the discussion for a long time now, since 2.8. And because of that, a lot more people are making add-ons, which is then also having like a snowball effect, having more people want to join Blender because it has so many cool add-ons. You know what I'm saying? Like there's like a connection between the two happening there. Really cool. Kind of like a snowball. Yeah. We'll see how long it keeps going, right? I don't see it stopping anytime soon, but Daniel is asking, do you find it problematic to show almost every aspect of an environment in one single shot, like spoiling the whole thing right at the start? No. I'm not sure what you mean with that question, because usually, like if you go to my art station, to have a look at portfolio pieces I've done, most of them are pretty single shot, you know? This is it. This is the whole environment. This is the whole environment again. This again, the whole environment, right? So no, I mean I don't have any issues with that at all because I think that most of my portfolio is built around it. Well, apart from the professional stuff, rest of it. How did you find out your workflow in Blender? Add-ons, shortcuts, etc. I don't use that many add-ons, to be honest. I use like maybe one button from like an add-on or like little bits here and there, and most of it was just like, hey, I'm missing this from Maya, let's say. For example, one thing that I really missed was the edit edge flow I have in Maya. That's probably one of the first things that I looked up. Like, okay, how do I get this in Blender? And there was a person that made it, and that's how I found out about the add-on. The rest of my add-ons, I try to keep Blender pretty vanilla. I usually only look for add-ons whenever I feel like I'm in need of them. Like if I feel like there's something missing in my workflow, then I'm like, man, there must be a better way that I can do X. Then I'll look for the add-on, but I'm not gonna look for an add-on that a lot of people say like, hey, you need to get this if I can't see the value in it. I feel like it wouldn't be spoilery as it's what's going to get the attention. Gotta show the best of the work. Yeah, yeah, that's. I mean, if you're hinting at that, Daniel, then yeah, that's what I completely agree with. I do think that there is an element to it where your thumbnail, depending on what kind of project you do, doesn't necessarily need to show off the whole thing. For example, if you do like an environment like the one that I'm doing, right? You probably don't want to show off the whole thing at once because it would be too much to cram into a thumbnail. So what you then need to find is you need to find a thumbnail that has contrast, maybe invokes like questions, maybe has like a very interesting thing that people want to explore. You know, like you need to think about a thumbnail like what makes you want to click rather than just having like the same image that you have for your environment as a thumbnail. In most cases, I don't think that works. This guy. And then just it's so versatile in a lot of different industries. Yeah, but other programs are too. I don't think that's what makes Blender unique. Say, um, I know that it could be used in like more industries, right? But that can also be like a negative thing too. See what I'm saying? Like that this program is so widespread that it's not specialized in anything. So that can be like a negative thing. But I do know what you're saying that you can arc fizz, motion graphics, like that kind of stuff in it too. Which is really cool. Hmm. having Maya as a subscription can be very expensive for a solo person. Yes, so this is the thing, right? When I started looking into how to do um freelance work, right? Well, it wasn't like freelance work as in contracts, but it was freelance work as in I was trying to sell my own asset packages, right? The feeling that I had with Maya, I was using Maya LT, right? Which was like a lightweight version of Maya. First of all, I couldn't export anything high poly because they had like a strict limit on like the high poly at that point. So that kind of fucked up like a bit of my workflow. Just straight out the bat. You can find workarounds around it, right? Like export multiple high polys and then recombine them, or like have them all load in Substance Painter for baking, whatever, right? But it just makes the whole thing more annoying. But I think the biggest thing is exactly what you said, Andre. I really felt the pressure of that subscription because, again, I wasn't making that much money, right? I was working professionally at that point, but I was still trying to get myself set up on the side to have like a side income. But it wasn't enough to like pay 50 euros a month, I think, if I remember correctly, for Maya LT, which was way more, like way less expensive than like full Maya, right? But it was still like so I really felt the pressure of like, okay, maximize my profits, can't spend like too much time working on it, because then the longer that you keep working on it, the longer you keep paying for the subscription, does the less profit you make. And I was really conscious. Up until a point where I think I spent like a little bit too much time trying to just get stuff done, and I was kind of losing track of the art of doing it. And then I was like, okay, no, I need to make sure that whenever I'm doing art for my person, even if it's for money, that I can detach it from as much pressure as I can. And that's when I jumped into Blender. I jumped in at the wrong moment though, because I joined when it was like 2.79, right before they did like the massive overhaul that got everyone excited. And I was like, yep, this is an open source thing. I'm just gonna try this out and we'll see where this goes, you know? That was yeah, good point. It was a massive point for me as well. I just didn't really want to deal with that financial pressure. Because yeah, you can say like, oh yeah, but it's only like 50 euros. But I'm always of the mind like, yeah, but it is 50 euros though. You know? Do you know what I can do with those 50 euros a month? Like that starts racking up at a certain point. I was like, no, won't have to deal with it. Yeah, that's also very good point. Add a little bit of deviation to title, some extra oomph. Let's see. I feel okay. This is lying to what Daniel was saying. Hendrik was saying, I was on BlenderCon and there are people. And there was a lot of talk about controlling a real machine via Blender viewport through Python. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's also. I don't think that's anything new necessarily, right? But it's still cool to see it. I mean, Maya has Python too, right? So you could probably do that in Maya. But it's still cool to see like the interaction between like digital and real. Pretty cool to see. What else stood out to you, Hendrik? Because I'm kind of catching up to like all the recordings from all the talks, but I wonder if there's anything that I need to check out that you think we're all missing out on. How long have I been using Blender? So it's a good question. Let's see. So when When did Blender 2.8 come out? Because it was about that time I started using 2.8 release date. Does it have like a date somewhere? It's no. Some 2017. No, I didn't start using it in 2017. I think because I think I switched. Yeah, I think it was in my second year or something like that when I was working at Ubisoft that I switched to Blender for personal work. So it must be around like 2018 to 2019, let's say. Let's say 2018. All this stuff looks so cool. Yeah, quite a handful of years now. I think, yeah, making me reflect as well. I think it might now be the program that I've used for the longest time. Let's see, do with this side. Get gonna make it so. It's been a while. But yeah, thank you so much for the questions, people. It's awesome to get asked and send me on like a nostalgia trip. So thank you, Andrea. Side. Software have you used? Yeah, I think it might now be Blender, honestly. Well, nah, probably not, right? I think. Nah, it's definitely Painter or Designer. I think Painter. Well, what are the rules, Andrea? Because, I mean, I started Unreal Engine when it was UDK, right? So that's like Unreal Engine 3. So I guess Unreal Engine at this point. Because that has always been like the engine that I've been using. So Painter for sure. Might sound a little bit off, but I don't remember really. Oh, okay. You're talking in reference to Blender conference. Yeah. No, don't worry. Don't worry about it. I keep going through the recordings then. Yeah, it might actually be Unreal Engine then. Yeah. Let me bounce that question back to the chat then, because Raj is already saying that it's Maya. So for the chat, what is the software that you have used the longest yourself? And maybe additionally, Raj, how long have you been using Maya? Have you tried using the trim sheet UV menu? Then, oh, sorry, the trim sheet menu on Zen UV might be faster than manually moving UVs. Yes, I did, but it breaks all the time, so that's why I'm not using it. I did upgrade to 4.0, but I haven't properly given it the room to experiment yet. Because if it worked, it would be awesome, but it doesn't seem like it really wants to work. It will just assign like bits of a trim sheet to like the wrong section. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what's happening there. BDS Max for Jesus, 15 years? Had it for a long time. I say that with the utmost respect because it's not easy, you know? It's in here. No, maybe the library file is updated. No, so I did do the update, but I haven't used it since. And on the stream, last time I think I installed it before the stream, but I didn't really want to fiddle around with it. But thanks for the reminder though, because yeah, I still need to. BDS Max or 4? Jesus. Easy. Maybe, are you in games as well then? Mario is saying, I should be a lot better at it than I am. Went to uni in 2008 and then started with Max then. Dang. Yeah. Well, Dark Mode was the best edition. Oh my. Talking about some truly old school shit here. Oh no. Some over. Dang, but that's impressive, guys. Let me think. So, if we count Unreal, which is like my longest used program, I started using Unreal. Did I start using Unreal? It must be because Unreal Engine 4 came out in the second year that I was during the second year, I think. I was using UDK before that. I went to school. So, let's say 10 years. I've been using Unreal for 10 years now. Oh no, I just had the same realization as Raj. Like, since uni, so it must be 10 years. It's like, oh fuck. I am honestly so bad with remembering when I went to school. I only remember now because like a couple of weeks ago I did my CV. I redid my CV. So I was like, okay, now they're like a little bit fresher in my memory. This is not. This is not connecting. Time flies so quickly. Oh god, yeah. You tell me, Mike. You tell me. This is the benefit of not remembering most of it, right? Or like, well, I do remember it, right? But I keep forgetting like what year it was. So it's kind of helping me out in like the not feeling old department. No, I'm not old at all. I feel like you know the meme where you see like a young man going into his first game job and like 2 years later he looks like an old man. Honestly, sometimes I feel like that. Just gonna side. Gonna do a solidify after this. Hey, the apples! Started using Softimage XSI in 2000 to Half-Life mod. Oh my god. Yeah, I think I was kind of hinting at it before, right? That I used Xnormal to bake normal maps, and then I also used Quixel Endu and Dedu to make textures and all that kind of stuff. A lot of people now, they don't even know that Quixel made like their own texturing program. Basically like a what's the word for it? Yeah, like an overblown add-on for Photoshop. It was pretty cool for the time, but then yeah, Substance Painter came around and dead. I mean, dead for a lot of people except for us because we still did Planet Coaster on that. Oh. Oh man, I started Blender 13 years? 13 years ago, I'm assuming? I got into it through the trailer from The Agent. Shit. Ben is using Unreal Engine for 6 years? Dang. It's also a good amount of time, though. Odie saying first software and longest. Blender for 2.5 years. Oh, Odie's a poor little baby. So awesome to see like the spread of how long people have been using programs. Oh yeah, Mario. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I did Photoshop painting as well. Or like doing stuff by hand in Photoshop. Oh my god, you're so right. Oh, so right. And then there was like a time where it kind of felt like the Wild West, where people were just like, "Oh, you need to use this, so you need to use that," and then none of these programs are relevant anymore. For example, Nald. Don't know if anyone knows that. I'm so good at fuck it. Look at this. Anyone still know this? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the NVIDIA normal map generate? Yeah! Yeah. I use that a ton of times. What's this? We used this for a while as well. This was revolutionary. Because this allowed you to see your high poly and low poly in real time. This was the shit back. And remember, this was a time where people were just using X normal, right? So this was like, wow, we're transported to like a different age. Yeah, we're doing good, the apples. We're just talking about like old school programs that we used. We're taking a bit of Oh, 13 years of age. Okay, I see. We're taking a little bit of a nostalgia trip, the apples. Just gonna separate this. We're just gonna define. I've heard the war stories of the Photoshop editing time. Sounds terrible. Sorry, guys. I mean, I am glad that I didn't have to do it professionally, but we had to do it at uni. Which at that time did make sense, but also, oh my god, it didn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Oh, hand plane 3D. Yeah, we used that one for a bit as well. Tried to compete with Marmoset. Yeah. And I remember like using Marmoset 2. It's 2. And I opened it and I was like, ugh, no, I can't work with this. Don't know why. So solidify. This we're just. Oh no, wait. Actually gonna convert it. Some thickness. They did a competition on Polycount. Shout out to Polycount. They're still around. Polycount is still going strong. All the heavy hitters on the Polycount forums. And then trying to participate in all the monthly challenges and I think failing every single one of them because I always overscoped. Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, Nalt was a very interesting one. I think for these guys, still the best source for technical discussions, I think. Yeah. So this isn't. Well, yeah, earthquake. Yeah. But this is an interesting one, right? Because I mean, we have Beyond Extend, right? And like Beyond Extend is awesome, and the people that share resources and help each other out are freaking amazing. So shout out to everyone who's doing that. I really appreciate all the help. But there's still something that is different there, right? Like when you had like a forum. Like I feel like we made a transition to being more scattered into like different communities, and you kind of pick your favorite, so it's more like curated towards you, but that also means that the information is going to be like way more scattered as well. Which definitely has its own like pain points. Yeah. I do think about that sometimes, you know? Because there's so much like knowledge that I just soaked up from just like going on Polycount and just browsing like random little bits of forums. Oh, cool. Didn't know that that was the thing. You know, just those happy accidents that you would have. Very neat. Must work with the Adobe programs for school, and man, I hate them. Oh, they're not bad at all. As long as you don't have to pay for them, Adobe is not bad. Oh, no, Simi. No. I know that you didn't mean to disrespect Beyond Extent. No. I just brought it up as like a thing that I think about myself, right? I think that we kind of lost something in that transition from going to like from going from like old school forums to like, well, it was first Facebook groups and then all that kind of stuff, right? I know that you didn't mean any disrespect. I just find it very interesting to think about because there's also like a strong argument to be made for like forums, right? Like good, well-maintained forums. Yeah, it's a very interesting thing, in my opinion, just to think about. All the new people went to ArtStation, Discord, and newer platforms, but there's a core of industry veterans. Yeah, and this is also. I think this is also. I mean, look, I'm just spitballing here, right? Because this is something that I think about a lot. I think having an open platform like Polycount also allows people to jump into conversations quicker. In a way, explain that a little. Because it is a free website, you just log in and then you get to engage whenever you want. And it's also way slower when it comes to engagement rates as well. So there's more a feeling of permanency compared to Discord or whatever else people are. Yeah, I do think that we did lose something in that transition. Well, like it got replaced, right? It's not necessarily that we lost the sense of permanency, and I think the sense of what is it? That not everything has to be urgent. But then we do gain, and this is something that I think Discord communities, especially if you make good use of them, like benefit a lot from, right? I spend a lot of time in the voice chat on Discord, and people can just hop in and ask me questions on the fly. That's like the counter argument to that, right? You have like quicker access to like a broader network of people. Just thinking because I don't like how flat the wall is now. It doesn't feel like it's an actual wall. All the additional stuff on top of it. There are still posts from 2007 and 2008 that I refer junior artists to. Yeah, exactly. Also have a great wiki section, 100%. Yeah, like there are still posts, right? Like when you look up like a specific technical topic, that the first link that you're gonna see might be one from Polycount. Industry was a lot smaller too then, so it tended to coalesce in smaller places. Yeah, that's true. I do really find this like an interesting topic, right? Because yeah, I do spend like a lot of time thinking about it myself and how to um better engage like industry professionals that are in Beyond Extent, right? Because we almost have like a 50-50 split between industry professionals and people that want to learn. That's really good. But I feel that like an open forum does a better job at engaging people because they can, again, I think there's something to it just being like open and available to everyone that has like a different intonation. Wood card peeking on. I Start peeking off. Sure what you mean? But regardless, it's still amazing that that place is still around. It's amazing to see. Back to it. Decal planes. Yeah, we'll get to that. I'm still working on the core of the wall because I feel like honestly I want to make this wall like way thicker. Because it doesn't feel like it's thick enough yet. Because I want to have like a thick, sturdy wall. This guy too. Same. Might have to pull out the beam. Some we have some actual thickness going. It's cool. Section here. A bit more. I live in Berlin. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Let's have a look. I think the monetization of knowledge that happened with Gumroad, everything across. I think yeah, I think so. I think that has in part something to do with it. I think it was also like just the social mediaification of everything, where forums were dead and we're now looking towards like the new cool thing. I think that was like the major thing that happened, right? It was like a shift that kind of happened. And I think what happened over time, and something that we're seeing now, is that people really start to rediscover the value of forums, right? Or like threads or whatever it is, just like the long-term storage of like important information. It's interesting to see that people are kind of going back to like an old school like an old school mentality, right? Like, oh, forums were actually pretty good. Instead of having to look through like I don't know whatever you would do on like Facebook now. Yeah, try finding something on Facebook. I remember browsing Polycount for Quake characters back in 1999, being amazed by the quantity and quality of the character art. Yeah, I don't think I've ever. What were some of the things like the Dota 2 character art workshops, right? Where people were explaining like how they would texture like characters in Dota 2, where you would have like the gradient generator like going from the bottom to the top, and like people were explaining like how to pull your attention to the important parts of a character. It was really nice. Um, the brushes from Orb, right? Like that people were going crazy about those Orb brushes. Um, poor Frick sharing like the amazing work that he was doing as well with like the one texture environment that inspired me hugely. In university, I did like the same sort of exercise, just making like a whole level with just like one texture. Really interesting. Some other standouts. Bent normal map baking? Yeah. Oh my god, did they do that then? Completely forgot about that. Because like bent normal baking is not something that is used in a lot of games, right? I know that fuck. Robot Recall? Like a game from Unreal Engine that they made like a VR game that used it. And I was like, "Oh, cool. What is this?" You know? I never really stumbled upon it up until that point. And I was like, "Oh, this looks interesting." What was the video about it called? What video do you mean, Henrik? Sorry, there's like a little bit of a delay on the chat as well. Just rambling through like a whole bunch of topics there, so. For frick, yes. Um, yeah, Sibi, you were saying I moved to Hamburg last year and was surprised by the games industry in the north of Germany. Don't know about Hamburg, right? I've never been there. It's somewhat lackluster, I would say, in Berlin. One texture guy. Oh, let me have a look. I mean, we're really talking about like old. Is gone. But this is the person that we're talking about, but I don't think he has that specific one on there. So you can probably find it. This was the environment that he made. Still have the video somewhere? Here we go. Let's have a look at it. Video is not yet ready. Back to this one. Do that. Oh. So yeah, this whole thing was made with just one texture. And just being really smart. And this is, again, like, this is, what, like 10 years ago? Let's say? So this was like blowing people's minds back then. Like the amount of detail for just like one texture. Yeah, and like he made everything. Got the lab with all the little props. Just like, yeah. really cool to see someone stretching like the technical limitations of something like this, you know? Really cool. I think I mean yeah, you're talking about like the mega textures, right? Yeah, that worked really well. They definitely didn't have any streaming issues with any of the games that used that. It was a cool experiment, but there's a reason why it's removed now. Really cool. Um, started on Facebook before Discord, and you get criticized with no good feedback. Not the best place to ask for help, in my opinion. Yeah, yeah. I don't think anything on Facebook really took off. Really, I think it was pretty bad overall. Go there and ask for feedback. Um, I did a couple of things where there was a channel called 10,000 Hours where you could just post your work in, but occasionally give feedback. I got some interesting things there. General, not really that much help. But yeah, like talking about the games industry here. Yeah, there's like we got Ubisoft here, we got Jaeger, Colibri, which is like a well, it's now apart from Ubisoft, like a mobile game studio, Wuga. But I don't feel like there's much to do here. There is actually an event that's coming up in like a couple of days that I'm gonna go to just check it out. Because otherwise there's not any big events here. It's kind of weird. Didn't Alien Isolation do something similar like this? I heard they didn't have any normal maps. So they do have normal maps, but the way that they approach their environments is typically known as the mid-poly workflow, where instead of using normal maps on your basic geometry, you add the bevels in as actual geometry, and then you detail the individual assets up with decals. So Star Citizen does the same thing as well, and there's like a bunch of other games, like the new Doom games, do the same thing as well. It's a very relatively common thing, I would say, these days. Yeah, still an interesting workflow because you're kind of just doing the same thing as I'm doing, right? Like whenever you want to add details to something, you just add like decals on top of it, and that's it. That's it. Just like oversimplifying it. But if we have a look at an example, um, for build one has some more stuff on. Yeah, so basically what you do is you add a whole bunch of geometry, right, for your base, and then all this other stuff, like all this small detail, that's all just coming from this decal sheet over here. So they kind of get overlaid as like individual little pieces, separate bits of like floating geometry, right? Um, that then use parallax occlusion mapping to simulate and fake actual depth. So all these little bits, right? They look like they have a lot of depth to them, but they're actually just like planes. So if you can be really effective whenever you know where to add geometry and where to not add geometry, right? Like what's going to be a decal and what. And this is really effective to texture anything at any scale because this can be applied to whatever you want, right? It gives you lots of flexibility. Very interesting. Sauraf, you asked the question as well. But when creating this kind of modular pieces with tileable textures, what are some of the best ways to remove repetition in texture other than decals and vertex? So there is something called like the second UV workflow, right? Something that we discussed earlier in the stream, where you have your first UV, which is gonna hold your UVs for your trim sheet, and then your second UV is gonna be a unique UV, where you can then store like a whole bunch of masking. Basically the same thing that I'm doing here. I'm just not using a second UV to store that data. I'm doing it in the but it basically comes down to adding additional layers on top of your base layers, right? So I have dirt, moss, color variation, and I think water damage as well. I have those 4 layers that I can layer on top of anything in my scene that. Let's see. Let's get it back into game. Let's have a look. Looks. Monkey wall. Let's go. Second. But Simi is saying in Hamburg there's a lot of studios and I had no idea existed, and there's monthly meetups. Yes, I think Berlin has monthly meetups as well, but they're like really, really small. That being said, I haven't been to one yet, but like I've been keeping an eye out for them. And I don't feel like it's alive yet here in Berlin, compared to probably some other places. Yeah, that sounds good. It sounds like we need to come over to Hamburg and check it out then. Was the trim sculpted or did it go through a procedural process in Substance? No, it was sculpted. Sculpted it in Blender. That looks. Can create some variations as well. Probably just gonna call it a normal wall though. I do. Oh. Yeah, so that these are just all like all variations. The wall. Get out of here. Just start with dating that first. So the decals are fixed now. Then now it would literally be a case of just what the saying this before. Just adding little decals on top of it as well. It's important. Basically the frame. Start with the first. For a second. Getting close to 5. So I think what I'll do, probably gonna leave it for this session. Gonna keep going ham after the stream. Maybe it's time to get a break first. So, without further ado, I want to thank everyone for being here. Thank you so much for all the support as always. If you wanna help us out, honestly, the best way that you can do that is just share our content that you have here on YouTube. Go check it out. Go leave a like. Go comment on it. It's all free anyway, right? So that helps us massively. Do it on this video too. If you liked it, of course. And then we'll see each other in next one, or probably some more polishing of the assets. So looking forward to see you there, and have a nice weekend, everybody. Bye bye.